Good evening. The Sparta Board of Education special portion of the regular meeting is called to order at 5 p.m. We're going to kick it off with our field service representative, Ms. Kelly Mitchell, who will be helping us strive towards NJSBA board certification training. And tonight we'll be focusing on board goals and norms.
Where do you want me to? Wherever you want. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Do roll call first. Thank you. We're missing one, but we can do now. Go for it right now. Okay, you got it. Chad, would you mind reading the meeting notice announcement? Sorry, special meetings. I'm rusty.
No worries. The New Jersey Open Publics Meeting Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this Act, the Sparta Board of Education has caused notice of the time and place of this meeting to be published in the New Jersey Herald, the Star Ledger, Tap into Sparta, and notice of this meeting has been posted on the Sparta Township School District website.
Thank you for your help. And Barbara, may we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Collier.
Here.
Dr. Hinkle.
Here.
Dr. Martinez. Ms. McMichael. Mr. Morris.
I'm here.
Ms. Serafino.
Here.
Ms. Williams.
Here.
Mr. Wood.
Here?
And Ms. Gagnon.
Present.
Quorum confirmed.
Thank you so much. Over to you. Oh, we should probably, everyone's helping me out tonight. Thank you all. We're going to go ahead and move forward with the pledge now. Please join us. With that, yes. Okay, you got it. And it's personnel. And attorney.
We're going to break.
You-
She's going
we
to
can
do
break.
the executive session announcement, and then
Excuse me. We're going to be convening into closed session, whereas Section 8 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, provides for the exclusion of the public from a meeting in certain circumstances, and whereas the Sparta Township Board of Education is of the opinion that such circumstances exist to discuss student, personnel, and attorney-client privilege matters, which are exempt from public participation pursuant to New Jersey Public Law 1975, Chapter 231, Open Public Meetings Act. Now therefore be it resolved that the Sparta Board of Education shall enter executive session on November 20th at 6:03 p.m. The board will reconvene in public session at the conclusion of the executive session. We anticipate 1 hour at 7 p.m. The information discussed during executive will be disclosed to the public as soon as it is determined by the board that the information is no longer confidential. May I have a motion to convene into closed? Thank you, Rocky. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Lauren. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions?
And if I could just make a specific announcement, the board received a grievance related to Julie Ulrich's termination for cause. The board will be consulting with its attorney in executive session regarding legal strategies related to this matter.
Excuse me. Do we wait till after executive session to address the board?
Yes, sir. There's a public comment. Jack?
Yes, the Board of Education will have public comment at which time the board will address them.
No, I'm at Northeast. I'm in Boston. Yeah. Well, stop working. I can't work there. I got a monster. Missed test.
Please, no, he's on stats. Wait, what'd you get on the last stats test?
Nothing good.
I got
70. That? No, below.
I got a 64. Well, I missed the first day, so I took part 2 first. I got a 64, and then I was like, I can't. So I got an order to tutoring, and I've never gotten tutored before. Because I'm like, oh, where's my phone? And but she tutored me for 3 hours. She tutored me for 3 hours just on the FRQs and stuff, and some of the multiple choice. And I got an 86 on the other one. I'm gonna retake it anyways because of the 66.
All right, who's reading what?
Yeah, we.
Do you want me to just do sports?
Yeah, I'm just gonna write out sentences. So I don't.
All right, yeah, I'll do sports and you just do the rest. And if you want to expand more, say more, then feel free. I kind of went basic with
Good evening. Resolved that the Board of Education has now closed executive session and enters back into the public portion of the meeting at 7:18, still, 19. May we have a roll call, please? May we have a roll call, Barbara?
Ms. Collier,
Here.
Dr. Hinkle, Dr. Martinez,
Present.
Ms. McMichael, Mr. Morris, Ms. Serafino,
Here.
Ms. Williams,
Here.
Mr. Wood,
Here?
and Ms. Gagnon.
Present.
Quorum confirmed.
Thank you so much. We were not going to be having district recognition tonight, and I apologize to our auditor, but we're going to switch things up a little bit. We're going to actually ask the weekend bag program to present first to kick off our presentations for the evening, and they will be presented by the program representative, so thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Magdalene. I'm the president of the Weekend Bag Program, Inc. And to start off, a little background is we provide food and hygiene for students that go home over the weekend with little to none. It was started by my oldest sister when she was going into her freshman year at Newton High School. She didn't have a lot of friends going into high school, and Newton High School is a tri-district. So and it's just multiple schools going into one, and she decided to have this year be the year where she branches out and makes a whole lot of friends. And as she was doing so, she kept hearing that her peers were going home hungry over the weekend, or they felt dirty coming into school because they didn't have the hygiene necessities. And she didn't want to go her 4 years of high school knowing that this was a problem within her community, her peers, her new friends. So she decided to talk to the principal about this, see what he was doing to help with the situation. And as she was doing so, she kept hearing that her peers were, oh my God. He said that there was the free and reduced lunch within the school, and it's a wonderful program, but it only covers the weekdays, the school hours. It didn't really help over the weekend, and so she decided to create the Weekend Bag Program, Inc. to help fill in those cracks, and she started it in Newton High School with 28 students receiving a weekend bag every week. Then by the time she graduated in 2020, there were 7 schools on the program, feeding close to 80 students every week. Then after she graduated, my other older sister and I took over, and when she graduated in 2024, we grew the program to 19 schools in Sussex County, feeding close to 232 students every week. Then after she graduated, I took over as the president, and to date, now we're running in 30 schools in Sussex County, feeding over 430 students every week. in the schools that I have brought on since 2025, all the 5 Sparta schools were brought on to the program last year. We started giving them throughout all 5 Sparta schools. We handed out 36 weekend bags every week to the Sparta schools, and now this year, starting off, we have now been handing out 56 bags every week to them. And now I'm going to bring on my mom to start talking about a new division of the weekend bag that we like to call Beyond the Weekend Bag.
I've never done this before, so I'm scared of it. Hello, everyone. My name is Dawn. I'm Maggie's mom, Isabel's and Olivia's. What Maggie said is we're in 30 schools now, 430 students. We do about 3,600 meals a week. And we're not funded. We don't have a constant source. We joke around, we run by the seat of our pants, we really do, but by the grace of God, we keep going every week. And what Maggie said is last year we started a new division called Beyond the Bag, and these students that participate in the Beyond the Bag transition program don't necessarily get a weekend bag from us. These are students that are in programs within 6 of our high schools right now. Like Newton High School has Newton High School Achieve, and those are students that are 17 to 21-year-old students that have different cognitive type disabilities, learning disabilities, and they're learning life skills and trying to gain skills so that they can, when they age out of the program at 21, they can live a somewhat independent life. And what we provide is every Wednesday, these schools come to our warehouse space that we have in Andover, and they pick up enough items to put a portion of our bags together. And then they take it back to their facilities so the kids can put the bags together at their own pace. One of the things that makes this great is a lot of our teachers for these programs has said that the kids have gone out to different places to participate, but a lot of times they're in smaller areas, and they have a hard time being, in such close quarters, and a lot of places don't have the patience or time to give that some of these students need in order to do some of the activities that these other places offer. And now they can come, like Newton brings their Newton bus, the kids come, they know where we have a special area for Newton High School Achieve, we have Lenape Valley's transition program, we have High Point's transition program, Kittatinny's high school and middle school, and Montague Elementary School. We deliver to them unmade bags. They have 19 students that receive a weekend bag, and their elementary special education program gets the unmade bags, which are 19 of everything we put in a bag, and they use it as part of their core curriculum. They do activities like colors, sizes, like items together, and then at the end they follow directions however the teacher gives it to them. I don't know the specifics. And they put the bags together, and then they take it to the nurse or the room that the other kids, pick up the bags at. And this, after Thanksgiving, we are going to be talking to Vernon High School's transition program. They're very interested in having their students participate. We brought on Vernon High School schools this year, all 6 of them. And yeah, that program is something that we never expected, as we never expect it to grow beyond Newton High School, and it just keeps growing every year. So we're very proud of that, although we didn't have to do much work to get that started, it just happened on its own. So yeah, I'm going to turn it back to Maggie real quick.
Another aspect of this program is around 2 years ago, after my older sister graduated, I started thinking that I was going to be graduating soon, and I'm the youngest in our family, so there's no younger sibling to pass on this program to. So I started a youth council to have, gather around a couple kids around my age or a little younger to take over this program once I graduate. And a student here is actually a part of the youth council. Her name's Abigail. If you want to come up.
Hello. Me and my mom started doing the Weekend Bag program around 8th grade, which was about a year ago. We heard about it on Facebook, and we decided to try it out, and I'm happy to say that it did not disappoint. It is a great experience. Since we've started, we've seen the impact it's had on the schools. Not only that, but we've taken over kind of helping out around there. We will, say we have a group of volunteers, we will, help them out and tell them what to do. And it's great for introducing students to volunteering or even helping them just in general and socializing.
So Abigail, she helps, like she says, she helps with the volunteers. And what I like about the youth council too is that it brings on a lot of youth leadership, leadership roles. It also helps with communication skills with adults. I know that's somewhat of a struggle nowadays, but this program, it really helps you branch out there, have talking opportunities and all that. But other than that, thank you. Is there any questions?
I'll let anyone else start. Does anyone have any questions?
Have you spoken to Sparta with their life skills program about your continuing program, your transition program?
We have not spoken. Most of our schools have reached out. I wasn't aware that Sparta had a separate, transition program, but we definitely could speak to them. We've tried doing different things like fundraising and stuff like that, but a lot of times Sparta's already doing fundraisers and stuff, so we really haven't done too much outside of delivering bags with the schools. But we would love to, if the opportunity's there. So if at the end, or maybe we have an email there, if you know who I should talk to, I would love to.
I would say you already have my email. Reach out to me tomorrow, and
Okay.
and I will put you in touch with the right people.
Okay.
Absolutely. I was not aware of this aspect of the program, so
thank you.
absolutely, we'd be happy to help.
Awesome, thank you, we appreciate that.
So my question for you is, what were you planning to get? So was your goal just to get awareness, or?
Yeah, here today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, just to be aware, we try to go to all the schools at least once a year. It's hard because we have so many, and she's still in school and work and all that stuff, but we
Right.
try to, at least once a year, get to all the schools and just, a lot of times when we go to the board meetings for the first time, they've never heard of us. So just to get awareness, and then usually there's public people, the public section, so if there's kids that need volunteer hours, we get some that way. But just to give an update and let you, make you aware of what we're doing, and if there's any opportunity that you want to get involved, come put bags together one night. We would love to have you all come to our warehouse. We're just in Andover. It's a great team building, morale boosting opportunity.
One more
Sure,
question.
go ahead.
Have you had an uptick in the last 40 days of people
Yes.
requests? Okay.
So October 29th was our first delivery. It was later this year because we had some move. We have a new company that has the warehouse. Now, we were brought in when Planet Networks was in this warehouse, and they moved, and a new company came in. So after Planet left, they had to remove everything. So we couldn't start until we found out where we were going to be placed at the warehouse. But we started October 29th with 388 students. And now we're at 432. Sparta just had Alpine, we just had another student added to Alpine School. I think we have 16 students in Alpine School.
Good to know. Thank
Every
you.
week, those numbers fluctuate up and down. We hope that it constantly goes up and down, but we have, Montague just asked us to increase their student base by 2, actually today. And earlier this week, I think we had Hamburg, and I'm probably wrong, one of the schools decreased by 2 numbers, and then now Montague is increased by, and that's how it works, kids move to different school districts. So we might say we have an increase this week, but if it goes down, it always goes up somewhere else. And I know another thing with that, which is totally awesome, to date, we've almost handed out almost 400,000 meals to kids here, students here in Sussex County in the 10 years that we've been running. So it's awesome, sorry.
That is wonderful. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. Also, when we say numbers, our program is completely anonymous, so we don't know who's getting a weekend bag, just because when my sister started this program, she was going to school with these students, and she didn't care about recognition or anything. She just wanted to help her peers and her students just get by while she was there. She didn't want to stay there knowing that people were suffering. So how that works is each school has a school liaison, which could be a guidance counselor or a nurse or like a principal. They identify the students they think would most benefit from the program, since they're with them 5 days a week, 7, 8 or more hours a day, and then they report back a number to us, and then that's how many bags we make for that school. So we don't know who's getting a weekend bag.
That was one of my questions. I have two, though. So we have a lot of people who listen at home. What would you say are the best ways that maybe people can volunteer, or anyone listening in, if they're interested in supporting the weekend bag program? What are things that you are looking for, especially with the holidays around the corner? What are the best ways someone can help you?
So with the holidays around the corner, we also, since our program's anonymous, we don't like deliver over like those long breaks, just because we can't bring it to their house. So if you ever want to look at our website, see what we put in the bags, you can always like look at that list and then donate it to us, and then you can email us for like a drop-off date or time. We'll mostly say at our warehouse, or if we're not there, we'll probably say at our house. But if you want to go and deliver some food to us, that'd be.
We try to keep the bags the same all the time. They're mostly all kid-friendly type meals.
Yeah.
So that, kids will eat it. Because a lot of times, Sussex County is wonderful. We have so many great opportunities to get help. We have so many wonderful food pantries, but a lot of times the food isn't kid-friendly.
Yeah, that's part of the key factors that my sister started with this program. It was 3. The first one was it being completely anonymous. The second is it's all kid-friendly items, so non-perishables, stuff that mainly kids would want to eat. And also nothing is expired, so we don't hand out anything that is about to expire or is expired, just because these kids are already falling through the cracks and they're finally getting help, and then they see that it's expired, so they just feel like, oh, that's a nice like slap on the back. So
one thing that you mentioned, how people can help, hygiene is a big factor in the bags, because a lot of people are like, oh my God, there's hygiene in the bags. Because we forget about that when we want to help and we think food is the most important, but hygiene is just as important. I'm sorry, you can hear me, right? Hygiene is just as important, but hygiene is very expensive. Food's expensive, but hygiene's even more expensive. So shampoo and conditioner is one of the hardest items for us to get, and in the bulk amount that we need. Because there's never enough on the shelves. And when you order from places like Walmart, because that's the cheapest, VO5 is the cheapest kind, there's never enough on the shelf, and you can only order 12 of 1 cent. So we're doing it every day, every week, going to several different Walmarts. So hygiene would be awesome. And we have that list on our website. We could send out our email. If people want to volunteer, they can email us. They can go on our Facebook page and just message us saying, hey, how do I volunteer? And we will, within a day, get back to them and, tell them how they can come put bags together, et cetera.
Awesome. I hope that you follow up with Dr. Beck, because as a board, I'm sure we look forward to supporting any initiative that we can bring to Sparta. So thank you so much for what you do.
I will definitely do that.
Please do.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you for all you guys do. That's fantastic. Keep going.
Thank you very
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, if I could just say thank you, as was just shared, thank you for all you do. I remember when your sister presented to the roundtable, the superintendent roundtable 5 years ago. I was in a different school district, and I remember, first of all, the bravery that it took to speak in front of all the superintendents, 25 superintendents in the county, and present this project. And I thought, wow, what a cool project for Newton. And to see how it has evolved and exploded over the past couple of years. Unfortunately, the need has also grown, but I can't say enough about the credit you folks deserve and everybody that contributes to your program, to see how much it has grown when I just thought it was born and it was just going to stay in Newton. It has not stayed in Newton. So
Actually, this weekend, Maggie was approached by Morris County representatives, so this Saturday, we are going to have coffee, hot chocolate, at Sparta Diner to discuss how we can create a division of the weekend bag for Morris County.
That's great.
yeah,
So,
Well, we look forward to supporting. Thank you so much.
please reach out to me.
Please do.
very much.
Yeah.
Okay, and with that, we will move on to our fiscal year 2025 audit presentation by Laura Atwell and BKC auditors.
Good evening, everybody. I heard that I only have 7 minutes, though, according to Mr. Morris, so we'll make it quick. Bear with me trying to navigate this as well as the screen up here. My name is Laura Atwell. I'm a shareholder with BKC. We're located down in Flemington. Every year we come in for your annual audit. We've been here for a few years now. During that process, we look at a lot of different areas. And New Jersey is really unique because there's a lot of compliance components in addition to the financial statements that we're looking at and the internal controls associated with it. During that process, we then come back to the business office at the end. We meet with the board secretary and the rest of the business office and go over any items that we might feel needs to be maybe improved, or we let them know what they're doing right. And there are 2 items that could possibly go into an audit. There's 3 levels, essentially. You have your discussion-only items, which we would bring to your business office and just let them know, like, hey, you might be able to tweak this area. Then there's a suggestion. A suggestion goes into your management report. This is just an item that we want to bring to your attention. Doesn't necessarily mean that you need to have a corrective action plan associated with it. And then there's a 3rd item, which is your recommendation. This requires a formal corrective action plan. I'm proud to say that there is no recommendations this year. We do have a suggestion this year relating to the student activities, revolving around the record keeping. So what we're looking for is the student activities to really be consistently updated, reconciled, timely. I know during our visit, Barbara was kind of trying to catch up on making sure that all the books were right in that area. So the one area we kind of want to keep an eye on is our student activities this year. For the handouts in front of you, we have, similar to prior years, where we're going to look at the current year, the prior year, and then we're going to compare it to 10 years ago, see where we kind of come over that time. Starting with our revenues, we had $84,994,000. This was an increase of $2,040,000 since the prior year. Our tax levy increased only 2%. Our state aid increased mostly due to our special education aid, and we received $3,300,000 in grants, with pre-K grants received of $1,200,000. Revenues have increased $18 million since 10 years ago. So looking at our 10 years for our graphs, you'll see that your tax levy, it steadily increases, but it's pretty nominal. You don't see huge fluctuations happening a lot of times, which is a great sign. The state sources, as you can see, we don't usually get a lot of extra money. This was probably the first year in a while that we've actually had an increase. And then with our tuition, you do see that decrease because we had gone from parents having to pay to now receiving money from the state relating to the preschool. Last year, the difference between these graphs versus this year is that we had the state sources as just one bucket. What we did this year was we actually separated it into 2 buckets so that you could see the preschool money that we were receiving outside of the regular state aid, because previously it was making it seem like you were getting a lot more state aid than you really were. Federal sources, you see that during COVID times we had a lot of money coming in. We're finally kind of coming to the close on those grants, and we're getting more closer to the 2016 through 2020 timeline. And then we'll expect that graph to actually decrease probably a little more when we're in 25, 26. For the miscellaneous income, the last couple of years have been a little higher than normal between the interest rates improvements, and then we also had the ESIP the most recent year relating to our projects. And then the other thing I'd like to know, I don't think you see it on this one. So our tax rates, For a lot of these lines, they actually stay pretty flat along the way, but with the school district, that's the biggest impact. And obviously, every year the costs keep going up, so we have to make up for it somewhere again. And the state isn't really going to be chipping in more, so you're going to have to make up for it with your tax levy. On the expenditure side of things, we had operating expenditures of approximately $78,689,000. Our largest increase in operating expenditures was instructional costs and employee benefits. Compared to 10 years ago, overall expenditures had increased $20 million, and expenditures increased from 10 years ago largely due to the instruction and student-related services. With the graphs here, we like to see as auditors the patterns that are happening, whether the things are staying kind of steady, the regular instruction is slowly creeping up. The student instruction related services is in a similar boat to your regular instruction. It doesn't really fluctuate too much while it does steadily increase. Our general administration, we do expect that one to stay relatively the same from year to year. Your business office is really what makes up that category. There's not much fluctuation that happens. The tuition category is very difficult to control. So all those students that maybe aren't being able to be serviced in the school district itself, they might have to go to another location. And during that process, a single student could easily cost us just $100,000 for the tuition. If they have therapy services on top of that, you're gonna see that in your student instruction related costs. So a lot of times you're gonna see your tuition is gonna affect not only that category, but it's gonna affect probably 2 or 3 others. So you'll have your therapy services with your student instruction related, and then your pupil transportation a lot of times can be affected by that also. Employee benefits is our touchy subject this year. Our towns received a notice talking about 38% increases, which is just unheard of. But they're not the only ones who's feeling it. So between the school districts, the municipalities, our profit companies, and our nonprofits, across the board, we're all feeling the basically the pains associated with the employee benefits, and it's become more difficult to control that area, and a lot of times this is going to be the one that's going to cause your tax levy to also have to increase. Along with the employee benefits, some of my districts, we've noted that while they might have looked like they were receiving a savings because maybe they tried to switch companies or providers, they might see a savings one year, but it wasn't even the savings from switching companies. It was really the savings that they had for the breakdown of the employees that they had. So maybe they were fortunate one year and they had a lot less families on the plans and they had more single people. And then the next year, maybe everybody had a child, and now we're increasing our benefits as a result from there. So this is definitely an area that's difficult to control, just like your tuition is. This graph was a new one that we presented last year, basically taking the expenditures and kind of breaking down that pie a little bit different. Just like any company, your salaries and your benefits are really what make the biggest portion of your pie up, typically being around 80%. What was interesting about this graph is that last year and this year we were able to compare it to other districts, and no matter how big or small you were, typically this graph with your percentages were very similar across the board. So it was nice to see, because it gives us a lot of patterns. Again, as auditors, we'd love to see that happening. When there's items that are changing, usually there's a very clear reason for it. So a lot of times our small districts, our tiny ones, are gonna have larger purchase services versus our larger districts where we're able to have those full-time employees. For example, our BCBAs or our nurses and the media specialists. For our fund balance, at the end of the year, we had $1,768,000 set aside for capital reserves, $1,061,000 for maintenance reserve. Our encumbrances, which are items that we ordered but had not yet received at the end of the year, was $274,000. Our excess surplus last year was $798,000, which is now being utilized in our 25-26 budget. And our current year surplus is $600,000, which will be used in the upcoming budget that we'll be working on for 26-27. Our maximum allowable unrestricted balance was $2,028,000. So you'll see the restricted category at the top relating to your excess surplus. This is the piece that's really offsetting your tax levy from year to year. Below that, you have your assigned category. There were some periods where school districts did have received like one-time stabilization aids. So sometimes you'll see that in that category. The encumbrances, we expect this category to really fluctuate from year to year because, again, it's items that we had ordered, just not yet received at the end of the year. And a lot of times when you see those higher spikes, it's probably because we have projects going on. We maybe had a bid awarded at the end of the year, but the project can't actually be worked on until the students leave for the summer. So it crosses over across 2 years. The unrestricted piece at the bottom, you'll see the couple years where we were able to increase the maximum allowable from 2% to 4% on the calculation, and then that calculation came back down in 23. Another thing I like to point out is this graph doesn't typically move too much, and a lot of times when you see those increases, especially the last couple years, it's mostly related to if we're getting extraordinary aid, but this is a catch-22 because we had to spend it in order to be able to request a reimbursement for it. And even when we do get reimbursed for it, the state keeps changing that formula every year, which makes it really difficult to predict how much we're actually going to get from that. For our reserves, one of the important areas, especially when we're going for bonding, which we had recently, the capital reserve, the state puts a limitation as to how much you can put into there, which is based off of your long-range facility plan. You can see the red is your maximum, while your green is what you actually have in the reserve. You can see over the last few years there was a dip because we had pulled out a lot of money in order to do a lot of projects. So one of the things that we pretty much want to focus on in the future and that we've been trying to do is rebuilding those reserves so that we can keep maintaining the buildings and keeping up with that long-range facility plan. The maintenance reserve at the bottom, this is one that I talked about last year where windows, for example, might have cost $150 for your home, one single window, and then about 3 years later, it was double the cost. This is the category, though, that every time something breaks, that roof starts leaking, this is the category we're relying on in order to help that cost. And when you're looking at the expenditures screen, that plant and operations maintenance, when you have those spikes in there, a lot of times you're going to see your reserve kind of drop that year because it was offsetting those increased costs that you had. For our enrollment, we've actually been pretty steady at Sparta, which is pretty fortunate compared to my other districts where for a while they were seeing 28% decreases over 10 years. We've been pretty flat during that time. There was a little bit of a decrease during COVID, but we really started bouncing back and kind of maintaining that enrollment. One of the beneficial things with the preschool programs, now that we're getting a little further into it, more people are becoming aware of the program existing, so that has also helped with our enrollment. If the board has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
I have a quick one. Sorry, Kurt. I know you had mentioned that, and we've been looking closely at the effects of health benefits. What is your assessment on how much, I know you had mentioned that it may cause the tax levy to increase. What is your assessment on how much, is this a universal problem? I mean, we believe it is, we know it is.
It is.
But if you can explain to the public perhaps what the effect of this is and how it's not just Sparta that's looking at this
Yeah,
massive
it's
problem.
not just Sparta. It's across the board. Like I said, it's between public versus private. My company itself, every year we're reevaluating. I've probably changed companies or providers every single year that I've been there because they keep trying to find the right place and nothing seems to be working and it just keeps going up. With New Jersey, with the amount that we are requesting for the employees to contribute, it's just not enough in order to cover that increase that's happening with the cost too. So especially with the newer formulas that came out where rather than being based off of the cost of the plan and basing that employee contribution off of that, instead they're basing it off of your salary. So that has also impacted districts greatly, causing additional costs that we weren't expecting previously.
Madam President, if I can add something on that, because I think it's relevant to the conversation that we're having. What's interesting as well is Chapter 44, which is the law that currently governs employee contributions related to health insurance, is set to expire in 2027 at the conclusion of the 2027 annual year. We don't know what that law is going to look like once that happens, whether it's negotiable, whether there's going to be successor legislation. We don't know what that looks like. So it's going to be really interesting to see from a legal perspective and from the legislature's perspective if there is a successor litigation, and it's just a consideration to make, because could you roll all the way back to zero? Potentially. Could you roll back to some form of Chapter 78? Possibly. It really is, the landscape is wide open as it relates to employee contributions related to that subject.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Anyone else have anything? Okay, with that, we thank you.
I appreciate your time. Have a great night, everybody.
You too. Thanks as always. Okay, with that, we'll move on to our student representatives report, please.
All right, so fall sports recently came to an end, and we'd like to recognize some of our fall athletics. First off, we'd like to congratulate the girls Sparta soccer team on winning the HWS tournament, and we'd like to congratulate senior striker Adriana Dolinsky on winning HWS MVP. We'd also like to congratulate goalie Riley Mulberry on setting the Sparta High School record for career saves. And for football, first off, we'd like to recognize senior running back and safety Brady Shagwa on being honored with the Young Man of the Year award. We'd also like to recognize junior wide receiver Christian Breivik for setting the school's single-season record for receiving yards with 959 yards. And then lastly, we'd like to recognize senior quarterback Shane Hoover for setting the career record for passing touchdowns at the school with 69 in his 3-year varsity career. Winter sports tryouts are now officially beginning. Ice hockey and swimming actually began this week, and the rest of our winning sports, like basketball, will be starting next week.
So we want to announce that this year our school will get the opportunity to host the NJAC Leadership Conference on January 22nd of next year. We will welcome schools from around the area to participate in leadership and community building activities. This coming week on Wednesday, November 26th, we will be hosting our senior alumni brunch where senior students will hear some of the different pathways and opportunities for them post-graduation. That same day, the Student Council is also having some of its members volunteer at the local VFW to unload Christmas trees in order to kick off the holiday season. Along with the holiday season, our school is hosting our winter pep rally along with Spirit Week the last week before break. And finally, tomorrow at the end of our day, our peer development program and student leaders at the high school are attending a panel with some of our board members to hear their advice on notes and leadership.
Thank you so much. We're very excited to attend that, so thank you. May I have a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Motion.
Thank you, Kurt, second.
Second.
Thank you, Rocky. All in favor? Aye. Any abstentions? Oh, thank you. You got that, Barbara, right? Wonderful, thank you. Any others? Nope. Superintendent's report by Dr. Beck.
Thank you. On this evening's agenda, you will find a resolution to approve the district calendar for the 27-28 school year. We have previously this school year approved next year's calendar. We are now approving the following year's calendar. It is our hope that by approving a calendar well in advance, we allow our families to plan for upcoming school years. On November 4th, while our schools were closed for Election Day, our district held an in-service for our teachers. This in-service was unlike any others we have had in the past in that it focused on the health and wellness of our teachers. Throughout the day, teachers had their choice of various health and wellness-based activities they could attend. These activities were created and implemented by their teacher colleagues. As a board and administration, we feel it is very important for our teachers and staff to take time to focus on their own personal well-being, as they spend so much time caring for the well-being of our students and families. The in-service was very well received by our teachers and staff, and we hope to plan for more similar activities in the future. 2 retirements on this evening's agenda that I would like to acknowledge. The first is William Brennan, the Russian and social studies teacher at the high school and middle school. Mr. Brennan has served the district for 22 years. And Richard Bubendorf, a custodian at Alpine Elementary School, and he has served the district for 27 years. Congratulations and thank you to those staff members. Congratulations also to the Sparta High School's Marching Spartans, who earned the U.S. Band Group 3A State Championship at Mount Olive High School back on November 1st. This weekend is the high school fall drama, and they will be performing the comedy titled Puffs. Show times are Friday at 7 p.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., and Sunday at 2 p.m. The dramas are always very well done, of course. And if you have time, check them out. Each year, the Center for Prevention and Counseling hosts contests titled What's Your Anti-Drug for grades 4 through 12, and What Makes You Happy for grades K through 3. This year's contest had nearly 500 entries representing 25 schools in Sussex County, and I'm happy to announce that Sparta schools were well represented amongst the winners. Our winners were Madeline F. from Sparta Middle School, Grant P. from Helen Morgan, Tyler D. from Helen Morgan, and Beatrice W. from Mohawk Avenue School. Congratulations to them. As our student representatives wrapped up the fall athletic season with their report, I would also like to offer my congratulations to our student athletes and coaches for a successful fall season, and wish our winter coaches and student athletes the best in the upcoming winter season, which is set to begin next week, although 2 have already started this week. Lastly, I would like to wish all of our students, staff, parents, and school community a very safe and happy Thanksgiving, and I hope to see many of you at the SEF Turkey Trot next week, also known as the Tradition Before the Tradition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on for the board president's report, I have a few items as well. First, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Lowry, Mr. LaCaruba, and Ms. Noel for their election to the Sparta Board of Education. We look forward to welcoming you all in January, and we appreciate you attending board certification training tonight as members of the public. I also wish to congratulate board member Rebecca Williams for achieving her NJSBA new board member certification. This achievement is the first milestone of the NJSBA's Individual Certification Academy. Rebecca accumulated at least 10 Board Academy credits, attended face-to-face Governance 1 training, attended at least 2 county meetings, at least 1 statewide or regional professional development program, as well as workshop in Atlantic City, and she has not been judged to have violated the School Ethics Act, so we thank you for that. Congratulations to you, Rebecca. And with that, we can move on to, may I have a motion to approve the HIB report? And before doing so, I just have to give you guys a shout out. Hibster is phenomenal, and it is making our lives much, much easier in terms of tracking summary reports, incident reports, so thank you for that.
Yes, it's great for reports and for the actual implementation of the process in the schools, yes.
Even consequences, everything, just phenomenal all around. So kudos to you all on that. And with that, may I have a motion to approve the HIB report, please? Thank you, Emily. Second. Thank you, Rebecca. Discussion. Roll call, please. Joanne. Oh my. Barbara. Good.
Ms. Collier,
Yes.
Dr. Hinkle, Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Ms. McMichaels, Mr. Morris, Ms. Serafino,
Yes.
Ms. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Wood,
Yes.
and Ms. Gagnon.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Barbara. Communications, we really don't have much to report out. Emily, anything? Again, hope everyone's enjoying the newsletter. Delegate and liaison reports. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share?
I do.
Yes, please.
The Sparta Education Foundation had some points at their November board meeting. As Dr. Beck said, the tradition before the tradition, the turkey trot. This run and/or walk, a 5K race, welcomes all, from kids and adults to stroller pushers and dog walkers. It will take place this Thanksgiving morning in front of Crow's Restaurant. If you're interested, please sign up ASAP and prior to the price increase in just a few days on the 24th. Volunteers, they really wanted me to nail this home. They need volunteers for the morning of. So you, as a student volunteer, would receive a certificate noting volunteer hours for your college resume. Please check it out at their website, spartaeducationfoundation.org. Future fundraisers, Harlem Wizards will be playing at the high school in January. There'll be a family-friendly wrestling event and fundraiser in February or March of next year, also at the high school. And one final note, the SEF is governed by an all-volunteer board of trustees comprised of Sparta residents. They are currently looking for trustees to join. Leading a foundation like the SCF requires skills from many community leaders, so please email them if interested to learn more, spartaeducationfoundation.org.
Thank you so much. Anyone else have anything for delegate liaisons? A few things I just want to mention. NJSBA, I actually sat in on several meetings last weekend as a member of the executive committee for the county, so board of directors, county leadership meetings. I just want to announce they have some really exciting initiatives coming to our district, actually all districts in New Jersey in 2026. The most important being, and one that we discussed during our board certification training, they're actually going to allow a policy manual to be dispersed for free to all districts, which is huge. So an updated policy manual that will help advise our policy committee as well, and that's free of, outside of any contract with them or anything like that, just being in our membership. So that's very exciting. They also have a few other initiatives, but I'll hold off on reporting more until the January or February meetings on those. Emily and I believe, yes, will be traveling to Princeton on Saturday for the delegate assembly, and we'll report out on that in December. Also, the Sussex County School Board's next county meeting is going to be December 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. So we should have a bunch more to present on that. And then also NJSBA related, we did complete another hour of board certification training this evening from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Thank you for those who attended. We agreed, we talked primarily about board goals and norms, and we look forward to approving those board goals and norms in January when we have our new board members present. And with that, we're very excited to strive for board certification by the end of, I think we said May, in time for that county meeting. So more on that to follow. And unless anyone has anything else, we are moving on to public comment number 1. Public comments are invited on matters pertaining only to action items at this time. Please state the action item number as well as your name, municipality, and group affiliation if appropriate for the record. Each participant will receive 3 minutes to speak. Once you have had your allotted 3 minutes to speak, you will not be permitted to speak again until public comment number 2. All statements should be directed to me as the presiding officer. The board or administration may or may not respond to any questions or comments after the conclusion of the public participation. Does anyone have anything for public comment number 1 related to action items only? Okay.
Excuse me, would that include us, or
Is there an agenda item number that you would be able to refer?
it would have been in closed session?
Hang tight 1 second. Yes, sir. After consulting with our board attorney, we would advise public comment number 2 would be more appropriate for you. With that, anyone else? Okay, see, motion to close. Thank you, Kurt, second. Thank you, Rebecca. Discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay, with that, may I have a motion to move personnel and policy items, forgive me, 15.1 through 15.26? Thank you, Kurt, second. Thank you, Emily. Discussion.
Yeah, I have on the AI policy, I have a bunch of questions. First of all, I noticed that the policy was mainly about student usage. Are we going to address how staff use AI? For example, I just saw a presentation by a professor at Rutgers that built an application that was able to grade assignments. And then actually, then he would grade it himself, and then his product was grading actually a little fairer. So are we going to address how the staff use AI as well for creating, are we going to allow them, I don't know if I'm crossing the magic line, but do we need a policy for that? Because
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, it's something to consider. The policy that you see tonight is the AI policy as presented by Strauss Esme. They came with the template, and then we had a little more liberty to work on the plan and put our own components into the plan. None of that, to your point, none of that was addressing staff. It just talks about how staff would implement AI for student use. Right. Yes, it's certainly something to consider. It's nothing that we've been provided with. It's nothing that Strauss has provided us with. If we were going to build it from the ground up, we could. We just need some, I'm sure, attorney input on that.
Yeah, because there's, I'm aware of some cases where professors, teachers use it, and it's fine, but on slide 20 of something, they miss something, and then they distribute it, and it's inappropriate or something like that. So I just think we need to think about that, because that is a possibility.
Yeah, it's nothing that we've encountered yet, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time. So yes, we will certainly take that, yes, and look into
So
it.
that was the first question I have. Let's see my notes here. That's that. I'm glad you addressed using APA or MLA as a citation. That's a big standard that should be followed. Okay, so, and this is a tricky one, and I'm bringing it up because I don't know how we address it as a board, but are we going to create in the policy the tool that decides, outside of the teachers or whoever deciding something is AI generated, are we going to have an arbitrator of it? Are we going to have an arbitrator of a tool that says this content is 52% AI generated? So anything that's written for my classes, I run it through a tool called Grammarly, which everybody's heard of, and it gives me a percentage. And if it's over 30%, I kick it back. So are we gonna, because here, what I envision is the students say, I didn't do it, thank you. Some other tool says, or the teacher says, this is AI generated, there's gotta be an arbitrator, right? Because you're gonna end up kind of in a bad place, or I could be wrong. But are we thinking about that?
We do have some of those tools actually that we use already. The problem with some of those tech-based tools as like the determining factors, there's false positives, which we found. So some of it is a practice as well, like that students are showing how they got from point A to point B through drafting and iteration of their writing. And so that enables important conversations about where content is coming from or how they used it. There's also kind of along the lines of plagiarism and just like authentic work. There are units and lessons embedded that we've developed at the beginning of the year to make sure students have all of the information that they need to kind of be thinking about, they're learning about this process too. And there's a balance and a scale that we were just talking about kind of briefly, that like it's not black and white or binary where it's like this is right and this is wrong. There's different variations of how you can use it and what your purpose is. So we do have some of those things, but we think the education, the practice, the conversations, and the methodology that we're using to help develop specifically written responses or, for certain assignments is really where we've found already that the solutions live, but we have them. The tools that you're speaking about, but they are not always accurate.
No, I understand. But I guess the question I'm asking is there a final arbitrator? Because there's, coming from my very binary kind of world I live in, there's got to be a point where there's an answer, right? So the student could say, I did it, I didn't do it. Teacher says they did do it. You run it through the tool, it comes back 35%. Do we want to have some kind of, I don't know, line in the sand that says anything from this tool that's 25% is considered not valid?
I believe at that point you would cross over into the plagiarism policy. So as we were creating this AI policy, looking over the AI policy that was provided to us, and then creating the plan, which actually was where the real work took place.
Yeah.
Were we okay in the meantime is what we were asking. How quickly do we have to move, or can we take our time and really do this the right way? And we were leaning heavily on the plagiarism plan in the interim. So for now, the AI plan and policy will be as you see it. And also a fallback is once they cross that threshold, once we realize they cross that threshold, we can then spill into the plagiarism plan and act accordingly.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that it's not like a clear, like, yes or no, this is, because each instance has also been different, but in the student handbook, there's also like variations of like what happens when you think.
Right.
So whether you're right or wrong about that, but it's like a first offense, so to speak, and that's really like a learning opportunity, so it's a conversation with the student. There's not like the first time potentially AI is misused, or there's plagiarism because citations were incorrectly, implemented. It's not like you have a 0 and you, like the response is more about teaching the students the right way. So then as you see patterns of that, and then a second offense or a third offense being a little bit more, disciplinary in nature. But so there's room for all of those things to kind of take place on individual basis. And we've already been kind of living through that, but yeah, I don't think there's.
Even prior to AI, when you're looking at maybe a student misses a citation, did they miss it intentionally because they plagiarized, or did they make a mistake because the students are learning at the same time? So even before AI, we ran into such problems. But so what we're trying to do is evolve as educators to be a step ahead of students and AI, which is, as you can imagine, what that looks like. Yeah. So we are interested. In fact, we're going to submit a letter to Rutgers University for they're running a pilot program to help. It's like a teacher training program in many different aspects of AI. So we are submitting that letter of interest to hope that we get selected. We're trying to figure out ways that we can, it's impossible to stay a step ahead of AI, but to try to stay even with it and keep up with it, that's what we're trying to do.
Okay. So that's that. So provision 3, paragraph 2, examples of acceptable versus unacceptable use. Is there going to be, and again, I don't know where the line is, I'm just asking the question. So is there going to be a district definition of what's acceptable and not acceptable, or is that going to be allowed by building or by class or whatever the case?
Well, I'll let maybe Tara speak to that directly, but I do think it's important to note, correct me if I'm wrong, but at the elementary level through up until 6th grade, it's similar to our cell phone initiative where there is no authorized use unless a staff member is utilizing it in a classroom setting on their end. So I don't think that we'll run into it on a building level per se. I think we're primarily looking at middle and high school. But just a few things. One of the things that I really liked about the plan, aside from the fact that it was a collaborative effort by the admin team with teacher input, I think what's really important is there's autonomy for parents to decide whether or not they want to be part of this process at all or have their student be part of the process. But there's also autonomy for the teacher to be able to determine what type of assignment is appropriate. So in other words, this is a absolutely no AI under any circumstances project. This is a some AI for your creative building project. I think that is really where we're going to see the delineation, maybe as opposed to a building level, just because it only applies to the middle and the high school. But Tara could probably speak.
Yeah, I would add to that. I think it was hard to be like generic that all of these reasons are where you can and all of these reasons are where you can't. That's kind of what we were saying about it being like kind of yes or no, binary in how, but really the point being that teachers have to educate students on whether or not this assignment is allowable, and here's why, and here's how, and modeling it for them. But for different classrooms, obviously, the way in which this impacts the language arts classroom is maybe very different than the way it impacts, an art classroom, for example. And so there's autonomy still built in, but then there are very specific instances where it can't be used, things like assessments or,
Yeah, no, I saw that. I'm just curious about, I don't do your work, so I'm asking questions, right? Like, how do you, normally something, we would say nay or yay, and there'd be a policy across the whole organization, right?
And I think
Teaching
one
is
of
a
the
lot
interesting parts of this is like delegating an AI coordinator and which coordinators to kind of vet the tools that we use so that it's like you can't just bring in any sort of AI tool and start implementing it and say, students, you can use this in this way. Like it has to be something, there's a form that's built into this to kind of seek approval if there's so many new things coming out or free versions for a period of time. And so to try to kind of contain and understand what each of the platforms do to be able to say to staff, this is approved or not approved for these reasons through someone who's competent. But it's obviously growing so quickly and so, extensively, that to name all of those things are challenging at this point in time, because tomorrow there might be something better out there that we didn't list.
Something's cooking tonight that
Exactly.
tomorrow's gonna
Right.
Yeah, even listing the tools was a challenge. Like, we could talk about the
that's what I was
tools that we
saying.
currently use, but to everybody's point, tomorrow's gonna be a new tool, and it's not in the plan, so are you allowed to use it? And there's gotta be a little discretion there.
One other point real quick that I just want to hit on, I also think it's really interesting to note that what's covered in the plan is the ability to help students also not just employ it and utilize it, but identify when it's being used and when it's incorrect or inaccurate. I mean, we're seeing it as adults where people are using it for both social media responses or emails. I mean, it's being utilized as a tool in a way that's kind of taking over original thought. So having students be equipped to be able to actually determine whether or not AI was generated, and if it was, is it incorrect, is it inaccurate, and prove it wrong. I think that's the essence of literally preparing students for the future, because
Yeah,
it's here.
And there are tools that will print the citations of where they pulled it, so you may want to consider that. The other thing, approval process for the AI tools, I noticed that cost was not part of that. Is that something we should add? Just because someone likes it, I think there should be at least, I'm not sure if it's.
I feel like that's automatically vetted, though. I don't think that
With any
anyone.
online program.
Right, with any programming, as a matter of fact, I feel like that's naturally a part of the equation. But I mean, to delineate it, keep in mind too, this is a first reading, so.
No, I know, but that's why I'm doing it now.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not in any way discouraging you. I'm saying if you'd like to join us at the next December meeting, I think you should, so we can comb through it a
So
little
if you're
bit more.
inquiring about like a paid product and paid AI product, yeah, I mean, of course it would be considered, of course it would be reviewed. But again, to the point that the evolution that keeps taking place, if we're going to purchase a product for a whole school year, and it could be antiquated by 2 months after that. So right now, we are looking at more of the free versions, and if there's a free version of something that is really lights out, that's really doing a good job, and then they have an upgrade, we'll look at it, the upgrade being a cost, that is. We'll look at it and consider it, but at this time, I think we'd be hesitant to lock into something that, that's so new, and we don't know where it's going to go and if it's worth our investment at this time. It would be reviewed under great scrutiny, I would say.
Yeah, I just don't know if that has to be brought into a budget discussion, which then has to go to the board. I don't know, but it kind of, because of my line of work, when I didn't see costs, it kind of rang a bell, like, just because you want it doesn't mean you get it, kind of thing. So that's kind of why. So the guidelines, I think I answered my own question later, and then, so, all right, this may be out of order, but, so there's the oversights and the mitigations, and we know that the students are going to be taught to look for these things. What if they don't? So is that just a teaching moment, or does it accumulate and then become an issue, or does it have to get addressed, or is that just left to the teacher? I don't know. That's what I'm saying as a policy.
I mean, I was just
Go
going
ahead.
to say that falls under provision 4, where it's about reviewing the tools. So as like the AI coordinator or coordinators, those are considerations so that really falls more on the adults in how we select the tools and what we use with them to ensure privacy, copyright infringement, all of those different things that exist. But obviously, the idea is along these lines. All of it is about teaching students about being knowledgeable and aware of these different things, but that process of teaching and learning is not linear and takes time, so.
And taking things on a case-by-case basis. Typically, when you're creating policies, regulations, and even plans that are getting board approved, you got to be careful what you lock yourself into and say, if this happens, then this happens, because we have to be able to exercise discretion, flexibility, honest mistakes, and that type of thing. So if it's not as detailed, it's probably not as detailed for a reason. So it allows a little bit of flexibility to go on a case-by-case.
That's fine.
As it continues to evolve.
But I get that. I just want to make sure that at least put it on the record that it's at least discussed. So I don't know, but for privacy, and and this goes back to just not students, but anybody in the district. They're using Notebook LLM, and they need to write some document for the district, and they inadvertently say, they put in a student's IAP into there, and then they use it to generate a document. If we're not using a tool like Notebook LLM that monitors the interactions, we're potentially, as a district, putting private information into the LLM, because the LLM is not going to tell you not to put private information in. So that privacy thing, no personal data entered, there's no way to monitor it unless you use something like Notebook LLM. So my concern is there's got to be, in my opinion, and it's opinion of one, is that privacy, I think, needs to be highlighted and really verbalized to everybody, and everybody from you and us all the way down, because once that information goes into that general LLM, it's public information. And I've worked with 3 different companies who put what they thought was a private LLM, they put some trading strategies, and they became public a month later. So
Yeah.
that sentence doesn't match that word, right? Because the LLM is not going to know it's private data, unless you use something like Notebook LLM that will guarantee that that data stays local to that instance. So I just want to make sure that that's understood, that the LLM is not going to say, oh, you shouldn't put that information here, and stop it. It's just going to go. So
The only thing I would add to that, though, is that on the flip side, if a teacher or staff member is, say, preparing their lesson for the next day at home, technically there's still that capacity to execute the same issue. So are you saying this like from on a district level? In other words, like while you're in the building utilizing platforms here? Because
any platform,
I agree, but my point is, where's the line and what we can monitor? Do you know what I'm saying? So I agree that that's an issue, but how we actually would be able to enforce that.
like I said, you can say,
Monitoring
if you're gonna do any
information
district
input, you
work,
know?
you have to log into Google Classroom, use Notebook LLM, and that's the only LLM you can use, because then
I
we can
got you now.
guarantee
Okay.
privacy,
All right.
right? And I'm not saying that is the answer, I'm saying that is a answer, right? There may be others out there, I'm just familiar with that one. Or we build our own LLM, which is not that hard, and you have to use our local one that we host in the district. So, I mean, that's a possibility. But the privacy, I have a huge problem with the privacy concern, because people don't, and it's okay, it's normal, but, and it's not, I personally don't care about a lesson plan, because there's no information about a lesson plan. But if somebody takes some, if I could help a teacher cut her time down by 30%, that's great. But putting people's information and other information into an LLM without understanding the ramifications, that's a problem. And the LLM's not going to stop you unless you use something that is. So I want to make sure that's understood. Parental consent, obviously, I think that's important to let parents parent, even though I think it's the best thing, not everybody may agree. And I think that is it. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt, did you have anything you wanted to add to discussion for personnel and policy items? Okay, with that discussion ending, we will have a roll call, please. Barbara.
Ms. Collier?
Sorry, can you come back to me? I just need to get the one agenda.
Dr. Hinkle?
Yes, abstain from 15.9 and any correct or verbally attached.
Dr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Morris? Ms. Serafino?
Yes.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Ms. Gagnon?
Yes.
And Ms. Collier?
Ms. Collier, I believe we have to revisit.
Okay, so I'm a yes to all. I'm a no to the first read of policy 2365, not because I don't appreciate the work, but I do agree with some of Rocky's concerns and I need more time with it. So I'd like to participate with it in the second read feedback. Thank you.
And for both of you, if you could, well, we can figure out the numbers if you can attend the next committee meeting. If not, please submit your suggestions and notes, and even redline whatever you see too.
Yeah.
That would be helpful for us to discuss.
Rocky had, I believe, requested or, okay, so Rocky had requested to join. I'm happy to sit out if it means that you could sit in for that portion of the discussion, no problem. But I would encourage everyone to submit your inquiries to Dr. Beck in advance. Thank you.
Motion's carried.
Thank you. With that, may I have a motion to move curriculum items 16.1 through 16.6?
Motion?
Thank you, Chad. Second. Thank you, Rebecca. Discussion? Real quick, wellness fair. I sat in on curriculum, so I'll just present on it. Wellness fair, as Dr. Beck mentioned, was incredibly well received. There were vendors, potluck lunch, wellness seminars all throughout the day. I want to thank the IDEAS and the C3 committees for their efforts to develop this program. I want to thank the board for participating. Teachers and staff were able to team build, spend the day together in a setting where they usually might not cross paths across buildings. But I also would like to thank the vendors who participated, so especially the Greek Kitchen of Sparta, TCJ Dance, Mathnasium, Sparta Books, and all others that I am sorry, I'm probably forgetting a few. Tara, if you know any off the top of your head, correct me. Sorry about that. But we appreciate you all, and it was a wonderful day, and our teachers and staff certainly deserve it, so thank you. The SPAN survey, the parent survey, went out this week. SPAN is a statewide parent advocacy network. It's a parent advocacy group that fosters communal and parent engagement. The survey was anonymous. Results will be analyzed by the administration and supervisors in a follow-up meeting. The theme was related to student support opportunities throughout the district. And super quick, I don't know if anyone saw it, but there was a discussion item related to student information and military recruitment. This was a follow-up from a prior discussion that we held in committee. I raised a concern related to parents' ability to opt out of having their child's data shared with military recruiters. Dr. Beck and Dr. Rossi followed up. They confirmed this practice is not new in our district, but the latest directives and broadcasts technically are. So just a friendly reminder to all parents of juniors and seniors in high school. At the beginning of the school year, please make sure you're filling out the form in Genesis carefully, making sure that it aligns with your preferences when it comes to having your child's data shared with recruiting officers. And with that, the building leadership panel for tomorrow was already discussed. We're looking forward to that. And Guitar 2, board approval does not guarantee the course will actually run. We're just approving the idea of it running. Admin will assess whether teacher scheduling, student enrollment numbers, and of course cost are viable to actually get the course going. And with that, may I have roll call, please?
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Dr. Hinkle? Yes. Dr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Morris? Ms. Serafino?
Yes.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
And Ms. Gagnon?
Yes.
Motion's carried.
Thank you. May I have a motion to move items, finance items 17.1 through 17.11?
Remember, we're tabling 17.4.
Thank you, and tabling 17.4. Thank you for that. Motion, please.
Motion.
Thank you, Rocky. Second. Thank you, Rebecca. Discussion.
A few quick items. Our new bus is going to be delivered. We're all very excited over that. Our bus fleet, though, is aging, and we will start needing to look at budget to repair or replace some of our buses. Pre-K is a success, and with success, there's usually some other things that need to be handled. So facilities and dealing with new bus routes and start times is being done by Dr. Beck and his team. Due to an unfortunate incident, we are moving to a private bus repair facility, which is very similar in cost to our prior one. Mohawk Avenue, our wheelchair accessibility needs to be replaced. We're looking at the budget for that as well. We've approved the Millennium, which is our grant reporting service to help us generate more revenue. And finally, I'd like to thank the cheerleader boosters for raising $2,000 to pay for some volunteer coaches. Thank
Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Ms. Collier?
Yes to all, no to 17.5 paper cut hive.
Thank you. Dr. Hinkle?
Yes, abstain from any matters related to any person.
Dr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Morris? Yes. Ms. Serafino?
Yes.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
And Ms. Gagnon?
Yes.
Motion's carried.
Thank you. May I have a motion to move operational items 18.1 through 18.5?
Motion.
Thank you, Rocky. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Lauren. Discussion, we already covered. Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Dr. Hinkle?
Yes, abstain from any matters related to any person.
Dr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Morris? Ms. Serafino?
Yes.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
And Ms. Gagnon?
Yes.
Motion's carried.
Thank you. And anyone for old business? Okay, anyone for new business?
I don't know if this would actually count as old business or new business, but I just wanted to say, I think it's a little bittersweet that Mr. William Brennan is retiring. I think something unique about Sparta is that aside from high-ranking courses and good teachers and whatnot, we have a lot of interest-based activities, and I believe that he taught a really popular course. I want to believe it was called Genocide, and he was just the kind of person where, in the high school, we're not dealing with the same situation as Alpine, so there are some shared classrooms in a capacity where one teacher might be teaching and the other teacher is sitting in the back in their desk. And for several history classes, I had him kind of interrupt here and there with little tidbits, and it's always excellent because it gives the students a very different understanding of knowledge, because he provides stories from Russian history that most teachers wouldn't know a thing about, but he can provide that strange insight that gets a lot of students really interested. And I am a little concerned about that course's offerings, but I do know that he did excellent work while he was here.
Well said, thank you. And anyone else, old or new business? We'll combine them tonight. Public comment number 2. The board uses the second public comment period to invite comments on all matters pertaining to the school district. Please state your name, municipality, and group affiliation if appropriate for the record. Each participant will receive 3 minutes to speak. Once you have had your allotted 3 minutes to speak, you will not be permitted to speak again. All statements should be directed to me as the presiding officer. The board or administration may or may not respond to any questions or comments after the conclusion of the public participation. You can speak at the microphone right there.
Sorry.
Unless you have a presentation.
No. Good evening. My name is Augustin Sanchez. I represent ASME New Jersey Council 63, based out of Lyndhurst, New Jersey. I'm here to talk about Ms. Ulrich. Ms. Ulrich has been an employee of Sparta Board of Ed for 21 years. She has transported children and in turn the children of those children. She has a deep connection with the community and they with her. On September 17, 2025, Ms. Ulrich was involved in a bus accident with children on board. Today, she doesn't recall the event. After seeing her physicians, they determined that she may have experienced a health event. While on administrative leave, unpaid suspension, and eventually termination, she has continued to follow up with her physicians to get answers of what happened. While not knowing what exactly happened that day, she has to live knowing this event involved children in her care. She feels deeply sorry for that. The superintendent received all medical documents and medication info that she was on, including notes from doctors, and has been very cooperative. She was still terminated, ignoring her many years of service. She did have a prior discipline incident and has learned from that event. She only asked that she is allowed to continue to serve the children of Sparta, however, not as a bus driver, at least until her medical issue has been resolved. While she continues to work with her physicians so that she can return to full duty, she has been contacted by a few parents who continue to show her support. I'm sorry, I'm speaking on her behalf. She suffers from another medical condition. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Jenny Derrick, Stipend to Sparta. I just have a few questions about the AI policy and plan. First, who wrote this? Who wrote the plan?
As I mentioned, the policy is the Strauss-Espe policy.
Right.
The plan was curated by the administrative team as well as input from the teachers.
With a template provided by Strauss based on
Yes.
based on the policy.
Right, expanded from that, so.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but it then, of course, reviewed by P&P, so.
Okay. And will the plan, where will it live? Will it be in the student handbook? Will it be attached as an addendum to the policy? Where will people be able to find it?
I don't want to take your time, so I'm writing it.
Who are the AI coordinators? Is there one, at least one in each building, aside from the elementary school? Although there seems like there might be a need for one to just make sure that the AI isn't being used. What is the parent's obligation in deciding or communicating to the district that they have any level of restriction for their students as to what they are allowed to do with AI? That goes to your comment about the autonomy for parents, which I'm sure they appreciate. And then one other, a different topic, 16.4. What is the course? It's the agenda that I have doesn't indicate what the course is. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
It's not on the printed version, but I guess. Oh,
it might be on
this. Guitar 2 course proposal, it's a Google Doc. Guitar 2. Guitar. Shrum. 2, number 2. But it's, if you'll see it, it's under executive file attachments. That's why you don't, it's at the end.
Thank you.
And I believe the parent's obligation is actually clearly delineated in the plan. I don't know if Tara, it's better for you to cover these or Matt, excuse me, Dr. Beck and Dr. Ross. But I do know that the parent question is covered in the plan.
Yeah, I'll answer some of these and feel free to jump in. For the parents, we talked about, obviously, there are forms that allow parents to make decisions about what students will have access to at the beginning of the year on our Genesis parent portal. So there'll be forms that describe that. If they want to reach out beyond that, as they can with any other form, with additional questions or changing of their mind as things evolve, they can. We talked about who wrote the plan. We also partnered with other organizations and districts to review their plans to kind of get a sense of sort of, we collaborate a lot with other districts to kind of share ideas, and especially when something is new and just evolving. The implementation of it, there's different parts. So as I talked about, like the parent portal portion and communication and staff newsletters and things like that, there will be parts of it that are in student handbooks. So there's pieces of it that relate to different versions of what we're focused on. So we'll see pieces of that throughout a variety of different things throughout the district. Staff handbook in terms of having access to like that form. So there's not just one place. It depends on which part of the guide we're focused on to determine where that would live. The coordinators, it speaks to 1 or 2. We have to talk about that. We're working with the tech department. Obviously, they have a lot of experience in kind of vetting some of these resources. And so whether it'll be a team-based approach, but obviously it's first putting this out for feedback and kind of thinking through it with a larger audience of stakeholders to determine how many are needed. But I wouldn't imagine it be one person. That's a big undertaking for one individual to try to manage. I think that's all of them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eva Kozlenko, and I spoke at the October board meeting about my daughter's and my family's experience at Alpine Elementary. For context, and so that I'm not dismissed like I was last time, I worked in education for nearly 20 years. I'm a tenured college professor who has presented on education nationally and internationally. I also completed a second master's degree in student teaching in a middle school here in New Jersey, so I understand how inclusion classrooms are intended to function. Since my remarks at the last meeting, I've heard from several parents, some who didn't realize what an inclusion classroom is, and those who were unaware that out of 10 first grade classrooms, only 2 at Alpine Elementary are designated as inclusion. Many only learned about this after their children came home upset or confused. This isn't about one child or one classroom. It's about how all of our children are being placed and how limited communication affects every family in this district. Right now, with only 2 inclusion classrooms in first grade, students with IEPs are concentrated in a small number of rooms instead of being distributed more evenly across all classrooms. Those few rooms shoulder an outsized share of the responsibilities and challenges. The teachers in those rooms face extraordinary demands, and so do the students, those with IEPs and those without. Part of September, my daughter studied in her hallway. That structure affects everyone. It can make it harder for some children to focus, and it can make it harder for children with IEPs to receive the individualized support they deserve. It also affects families who reasonably expect that placement decisions will be fair and clearly communicated. At present, I understand that placement is based largely on prior teacher recommendations. If prior recommendations guide placements, parents should be informed when those recommendations affect their general education child's classroom assignment and why. This isn't currently practiced at Alpine Elementary. To be clear, I support inclusion, but true inclusion means balance, transparency, and shared responsibility. It means all classrooms share the benefits and challenges of diverse learners, not that a few classrooms quietly carry most of the load. All parents deserve to know when their children are placed in an inclusion classroom of this uneven model at Alpine Elementary, how those classrooms are structured, and why this model is used. Silence or selective communication breeds mistrust and puts unnecessary strain on teachers and students alike. So tonight I'm asking not only the board, but all parents in our community, pay attention. I used to ignore it. I'm a busy professional. I'm very busy. I've been up since 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm here today. I haven't eaten my dinner, but I'm here, and I'm telling all parents to pay attention. Ask questions. Find out whether your child's classroom is part of this uneven model, because if it isn't this year, it could be next year. This isn't just a special education issue. It's a community issue, one that touches every family that wants a safe, balanced, and equitable learning environment for their child. Thank you for your time, everyone, and for your commitment to all Sparta's children.
Thank you. And with that, I just would like to have our board attorney, Jackie, perhaps comment where you find it appropriate.
Sure.
Specifically regarding parent informed.
From a legal perspective, there's no statutory or regulatory requirement that obligates the Board of Education to notify general education parents of general education students that their child is in an inclusion classroom. There's an argument to be made that it actually could potentially conflict with the privacy rights of the special education students who are entitled to a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. Inclusion classrooms and inclusion models typically are the manner in which the district implements the least restrictive environment. So from a legal perspective, I just want to make that clear.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, the time has run out, and it isn't a back and forth. However,
I'll be here next month and every month. You'll be tired of seeing me. You will never silence me. You will never
there is no attempt to silence you, ma'am. I look forward to seeing you. We've had email exchanges. At any point, you can feel free to email us, continue to email us, continue to show up and advocate. I appreciate that. There is no attempt to silence you. Please don't misconstrue that. And if you're ready to go ahead with public comment, you can step on up.
Good evening. My name is Angela DeLucia, and I am the very proud president of the Sparta Education Association and Sussex County Education Association. As we approach the winter holiday season, it's hard to believe that we've already completed the first quarter of the school year. Our members have provided outstanding instruction and the very best support for the students of Sparta Township Public Schools. Each day, our educators and ESPs and coaches go above and beyond to make sure every student is given the opportunity to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. This fall has been a season full of hard work and incredible achievement. Our athletic teams have shown great dedication, competing with heart, showing sportsmanship, and even breaking records along the way. These accomplishments reflect not only the talent of our students, but also the encouragement and commitment of our staff and families who stand behind them. In our elementary schools, teachers have met with families of every student during conferences, taking the time to celebrate progress, discuss goals, and work together to make sure each child's success is nurtured and supported. That spirit of collaboration truly defines our Sparta community. And that commitment to community extends far beyond the walls of our classrooms. This month, members of the Helen Morgan School volunteered their time at Benny's Bodega, helping local families across access essential resources when they needed it most. Others spent their time supporting Girls on the Run, coaching, encouraging, and cheering on girls as they built confidence, resilience, and pride through their Fall 5K. These acts of service reflect the heart of who we are as educators, people who show up, give back, and lift the community we serve. Earlier this month, members of the SEA attended the NJEA convention in Atlantic City. It was an incredible opportunity for professional growth and inspiration. Some of our members even volunteered and worked the convention floor. Between our self-guided professional development day on November 4th and the convention days that followed, many of our educators took the time to deepen their practice, learn new skills, and return energized to serve our students even better. As you know, we had been planning our second day of Discovery this fall, an event we were very much looking forward to. However, as the needs within our community grew, we made the decision to put that day on hold and focus our collective energy on community service. Our members have stepped up in meaningful ways to support families, strengthen connections, and ensure that students feel cared for beyond the classroom. This shift reflects what we value most: caring for the whole child and supporting the families who make up our community. We plan to reschedule that day in the spring. We're deeply grateful for the camaraderie and collaboration with this board, and happy Thanksgiving, the end.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Good evening, board members. I also spoke at the October meeting regarding the serious issues of my daughter has been experiencing at Alpine Elementary. After that meeting, my wife and I submitted a follow-up email to the board. Unfortunately, we did not receive a courtesy response from anyone. At the last meeting, the board stated that could not speak on the matter because it was confidential. But I want to make something very clear. I am the parent of that child involved. I was the one who brought this issue forward publicly. There is nothing confidential about a parent speaking about their children's safety. When a parent comes before this board to raise a concern about their child being unsafe, unheard, or placed in an inappropriate classroom, it is not a confidential matter. It is a public safety and accountability matter. I'm here again tonight because our concerns have not been addressed, and the silence from this board only made the situation worse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If you don't mind.
Thank you very much for your comment. I just want to make clear that the public comment portion of a meeting, particularly for this Board of Education and all Board of Educations across the state, it is not the venue for a back and forth conversation. While parents have the rights to come and speak about their children, the Board of Education cannot directly address situations that may impact other students, as those students have confidentiality rights that we need to uphold. So that is the reason for the board being directed on my recommendation not to respond to matters such as this in a public forum as this.
Our children have rights too. And I would just like to add that as a member of the public at one point before I was elected to the Board of Education, I understand the frustration when you have a time limit or when you are clearly advocating for something that's near and dear to your heart. So again, I will say what I said last month. I respect the fact that you have come here to advocate. However, if you don't mind, however, what's very important, I don't want anyone to feel like they're being silenced. There is an open door for dialogue. However, ultimately, it is not our job to run the schools, but to see how they are well run. So a specific incident as the one that you're speaking to is better handled through the administration. Please do not confuse that for an attempt to silence or not listen to you. That is certainly not the goal of this board. And as I said last time, I thank you for coming out and speaking. And with that, anyone else for public comment? Motion to close?
Motion.
Thank you, Rebecca. Second? Thank you, Emily. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Anyone for the good of the order? Okay. I would just like to wish, go ahead, Lauren. Go for
I
it.
want to take it out of your
No, please.
I wanted to also wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving.
You're done.
Thank you to our students and staff and everyone around this table. Do a lot of hard work together. We don't always agree on everything, but I appreciate the collaboration. I appreciate the parents coming forward with their concerns and giving us more ideas for vision and mission as we continue in our work together. So happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Well said. Happy Thanksgiving all. We will not be convening into closed session. Kurt, did you have something lengthy?
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate the 3 new board members. I spoke to them personally when they were here for the training. Congratulate to them. I also want to thank everyone in the community who voted for me. I was advised today by the county that I received majority write-in votes, so it appears that a lot.
How many? 14 was it?
Huh?
14 write-in votes? How many was it?
544.
544.
So that was the total. I received the majority of it. I don't know the total
I heard
number,
14.
but,
I wasn't sure.
just thanks whoever voted for me. Seems it's like people want me to stay, so maybe I'll come back, but who knows?
I'm saving my goodbyes for December, so we'll
That's
see
fine.
you guys in
I'll be
December.
here.
Please be here. With that, may I have a motion to adjourn? Motion. Thank you, Emily. Second? Thank you, Chad. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Good night, all. Happy Thanksgiving.
You-